Algebra. So I hope you're healthy, you're feeling okay. You're in the Philippines right now. Kumustang COVID na to dere? It took me a few minutes also to go back to Teams because uh, need to read on something emergency sa department. I hope everybody is okay physically, most especially physically with the pandemic. So I hope okay tang tanan, healthy tang tanan. I'm going to now share my screen. So can you see the advanced algebra PowerPoint presentation? Okay na? Can you see it?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay po, ma'am.
about the calculator on the right side. Can you see it? Calculator? None? No
Yes
calculator?
po.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So for those who haven't met me yet, so my name is Maria Salsa Tabar. I'm from the College of Engineering and Architecture, specifically the Department of Engineering, Mathematics, Physics, and Chemistry. Okay, so this is advanced algebra. So I think for the ITIAP program, there's no more college algebra. I mean the first, no, the basic algebra. I think automatic na advanced algebra for the program. Okay, so basically it's a continuation of the basic algebra. So I am assuming that everybody has knowledge already on how to solve for a linear equation, also for quadratic equations, at least the the two, okay, linear and quadratic, without using a calculator. Although I'll be showing how to use also the equation mode in the calculator, but I hope that what I will be talking about here will be familiar to you na. No, you say elimination method or substitution method. Okay, so I hope it would be familiar already. Or even the basic one like solving for an equation. Okay, how to solve for x or how to solve for y. So here in advanced algebra, so we'll be dealing with more than one equation already. So let's say for example, on the screen we have two given equations. Okay, so the first one, so let me label it as equation 1. So it's 4x plus 2y minus 5 is equal to 0. And the second one is equation 2. We have 13x minus 3y minus 2 is equal to 0. So find the values of x and y from the two given equations. So that means that we have to solve this system of equations. It's already a system because it's more than one equation already. So which of the x and y values would satisfy the given equations, or which will make the equations true? Okay. So of course, we can actually just replace the x and the y's with the values, in the choices. But of course, that would be if you don't. It's the last. It's the last resort if you really don't know how to answer. Okay, you will use the choices. Okay, to solve what is being asked. Okay, but how do you how do you solve the I know a system of equations? So what if choices are not given? Okay, so even if, again, you can just use these values of x, try to see if they will satisfy the two equations or not. What if there are no choices? Then you need to really solve for x and y. Okay, so when we have two linear equations, so they are linear because the highest exponent for the variables, okay, is 1. No, there are no variables that are being squared or raised to the power of 3 or 4 or 5. So all are raised to the power of 1. So they are all linear. So there are two main methods that can be used to solve a linear equation, a system of linear equations rather. So one is by substitution method and the other one is by elimination method. I'm going to show the first one, substitution method. We have to substitute something. Okay, so to reduce the number of variables, because we have two x and y, we need to reduce the number of variables so that we can solve for the first no variable and just do substitution later for the second one. Okay, so meaning we can express one variable in terms of the other. Okay, so for example, for equation 1, so let me write the equation so that only y is on the left side and all the other terms are on the right side. Okay. So solve for y, for example. Okay, and the technique is to choose the term that has the least least coefficient. Okay, so that we won't be dealing with fractions. Okay, naghanap no, there will be a lot of numbers on the screen if we would be dealing with fractions. Okay, so between 4 and 2, so 2 is lesser. So meaning we have to express equation 1 in terms of x. So put the y term on the left side and the other terms on the right side. Okay, so that when we solve for y, okay, so it would be like this one. So let me write the first equation. Then put the y term on the left side, okay, and the other term on the other terms on the right side. So minus 4x plus 5. The signs will be changed. So divide everything by 2. Okay. Although we have a whole number for the x term, but for the constant term, it's a fraction, but we cannot do something about it. It depends on what are given. So what I choice na but to have a fraction. So it's negative 4x. Okay. Okay, so we need to divide everything by 2. Okay, so that means negative 4x over 2 plus 5 over 2 or simplify, it's negative 2x plus 5 half. So we can substitute, okay, the y in the second equation with this equation. So substitute to equation number 2. Okay, so for equation number 2, instead of writing a y, okay, so we are going to write this negative 2x plus 5 halves. Okay, then minus 2 is equal to 0. So now we only have one variable. Okay, so we can solve for x. So we need to simplify everything. So 13x minus, you need to distribute the 3 to these two terms. So it's 3, okay, negative 3 times negative 2x. So that's positive 6x. Then we have negative 3 times 5 halves. So that's negative 3 times 5. That's 15 over, then we have 2 in the denominator. Then minus 2 is equal to 0. Then to remove the 2 in the denominator of 15 over 2, so we can multiply the whole equation by 2. So 13x times 2, we have 26x. Yeah, plus 12x or 6x times 2. Then 15 halves over, or 15 halves times 2 is 15. Then we have 2 times 2 or 4. To combine similar terms, we have 26x plus 12x. So it's 38x. And then we have minus 15 minus 4. So it's negative 19. So 0 or 38x equals 19, or x is 19 over 38, or equal to 1 half. Okay. And then after solving for x, we now solve for y. So since we have already the equation for y here, we can use this one. So y equals negative 2 times 1 half, then plus 5 halves. It's negative 2 times 1 half, or that's negative 1 plus 5 halves. So that would be equal to a 3 halves. Oh, negative 1 plus 5 halves. So that would be equal to 3 halves. Okay. Or if you want to use a calculator, then use a calculator. Negative 1 plus, if you're not sure of adding your answer when you add a whole number and a fraction. Okay, so it's, you can use a calculator, so that's 3 halves. So y is equal to 3 halves. So the answer is letter A. Okay, take note that x is below the y, so double check. So 1 half, 3 halves. 1 half for x and 3 halves for y. Okay, so that's for substitution method. The second method is what we call, okay, elimination method. Let me highlight this first so that bottom of it. That this is another method. So this time we can use elimination. So we need something to eliminate. Basically, the concept is just the same. We need to substitute something so that there will be eliminated. No? Variable that is eliminated. To reduce the number of variables, we need to eliminate one of the two. So you can choose between x and y. So let's say that we are going to eliminate y. So just like what we did in the substitution method. Okay. So the two equations should contain x terms only. So if you decide to eliminate y, okay, so meaning the coefficients of y in both equations should be equal so that you can either add them or subtract them. Okay, so that it will be eliminated. So you have, for the first equation, it's 4x plus 2y minus 5. And then the second equation, it's 13x minus 3y minus 2 equals 0. If you want to eliminate y, the 2 and the 3 should be replaced with a number that is common, multiple of 2 and 3 so that we can eliminate them. So we can multiply the equations by a certain number, okay, so that the result would be the least common multiple, if possible, least common, so that we won't be dealing with very large numbers. Okay, so to make 2 and 3 equal, the least common multiple is not, right? multiples of 2, we had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Multiples of 3, 3, 6, 9, 12. So the least common multiple is 6. So our goal here is to change 2 to 6 and then 3 to 6. And then don't mind yet the addition and the subtraction because again we can just use either subtraction or addition later when we combine them. So to make 2y into 6y, so we'll multiply equation 1. So let me label these again, 1 and 2. So we can multiply equation 1 okay, by 3. So meaning 4x becomes 12x, then 2y becomes 6y, then 5 becomes 15. Okay. Then to make equation 2, we having 6y for the second term. So we need to multiply it okay, by 2. So 13x becomes 26x, then 3y becomes 6y, and 2 becomes 4. So we now have these two new equations. So let's say I'm going to label this as equation 3 and equation 4. So this is equation number 4. So let me write them again on the next slide. Put a new slide. Um, the font size is a bit large. I hope you can see that. No? Klaro na siguro kay dagko na gad na. So, we can add the two new equations okay, to eliminate the y term. So, add 3 and 4. So, add equations 3 and 4. Let me copy 13x minus 3y minus, 12x plus 6y minus 15. 12x plus 6y minus 15 is equal to 0. And then the second one is 26 minus 6 minus 4. 26 minus 6 minus 4. If we're going to add these two, so the result would be 12 plus 26, so that's 38x. 6 minus, or 6 plus negative 6, so that's 0. Then negative 15 plus negative 4, so that's negative 19. So actually, this is the same equation we got in the elimination or substitution rather method. So it's 1/2. And then similar to the substitution method, so solve for y. Okay, so you choose between the two original equations. Okay, because we haven't expressed y in terms of x initially, so we have to choose between equations 1 and 2. So let's say I'll use equation 1. So substitute okay, this value to equation 1. So equation 1 is 4x plus what's that? 4x plus 2y minus 5. So instead of writing x, we write 1/2, then plus 2y, then minus 5. So 4 times 1/2 is 2, plus 2y minus 5 equals 0. So we have 2y equals, we have positive 5 minus 2. So we have y equals 5 minus 2 is 3 divided by 2. So it's 3/2. So we got the same answer, of course, because in given. So we have different methods. Basically, they are similar. Okay? So you can actually combine the two methods, especially if we're dealing with nonlinear equations already. Okay, so we can use the calculator for this one since we have two linear equations. Okay, but not all the time, especially if we're dealing with quadratic equations and cubic equations already. So it's the first example. So we'll try the simplest one. So on the calculator, you have to find the equation mode. So usually it's found under this button, the mode. Okay. Then look for the EQN. Okay, so it's 5. Then, sorry, not the equation. Yeah, equation mode, sorry. Equation mode, but we are dealing with system of equations already. Okay, so for option 3, it's a quadratic equation. Okay, there's only one variable here. As you can see, x, although it's being squared sa first term, but second term, it's not being squared. We are still dealing with just one variable, only x. The x squared plus bx plus c equals 0. That is if we're given only one equation. For option 4, it's also for just one variable, okay, the cubic equation. So for option 1, so we have two variables here, x and y. So you can see there's a n times x plus b n times y equals c n. Okay, so meaning x and y are the variables. So you have two equations containing x and y. C is the constant, by the way, constant term. Option 2 is for a system of three linear equations because we have three variables x, y, and z. Okay, D is a constant term. So we need to arrange the equations, okay, according to this format. So the constant term should be on the right side, okay, of the equation. Because if we don't follow this, of course, the answers will be different. So we'll have to choose option 1. Okay, so we have two rows here. So we need to input the values of A, B, and C. So for the first linear equation, you have 4x plus 2y minus 5. So A, okay, so the default is AX plus um, by equals c. So take note, we need to put the constant term to the right side. So for the x term, we have 4. Then for the y term, we have 2. Then for the constant term, it should be placed on the right side. So if it's minus 5 sa given, so we need to put it on the right side so it becomes positive 5. So we have to input 5. Then for the second equation, so x term, so that's 13. Then y term is negative 3. And put the negative 2 to the right side, it becomes positive 2. So the c is positive 2 for the second equation. Then you have x equals 1 half and y equals 3 half. Of course, if you are not required to show your solutions, then you can use your calculator. So that is if you have two linear equations. Okay. So what if the given system, okay, is like this? So among the four options I showed earlier in the equation mode, so you cannot see an x squared plus y squared. So you can see here is x squared plus x. Okay, so only x squared and x terms. So no combination of x and y that are being squared. Okay, so you need to go back to the basics. So use elimination or substitution take method. So since these are squares, it would be best to use the elimination method. Okay, because if we'll do substitution, so we'll be dealing with um, a power of 4, which will make it more complex. Okay, so use elimination method. So we can eliminate, let's say this time, we eliminate the x squared term. Eliminate x squared. Because in the previous example, okay, y was being eliminated. So now let's try that x will be eliminated. So x squared will be eliminated. So eliminate x squared term. So let this be equation 1 and this equation 2. So we have 2x squared and 3x squared. So it's similar to the previous example actually. So the least common multiple is 6. So meaning we need to multiply the equation 1 by 3. So it becomes 6x squared minus 9y squared minus 18 equals 0. And also multiply the second equation, but this time it should be 2. So that 3x squared becomes 6x squared. Then 2y squared becomes 4y squared. Then 35 becomes 70 equals 0. Okay. So you add the 2 or rather subtract the I because we have the same sign, 6, positive 6x squared and positive 6x squared. We're going to add them. So we'll have 12x squared instead of 0x squared. So we have to subtract one from the other. So let me label this as a new equation, equation 3, and this equation 4. So we can perform 3 minus 4, or you can also have it 4 minus 3. Anyway, the result, the first term will still be cancelled out. Okay, so it's 6x squared. It would be more safe if we're going to write the two equations in rows instead of in just one row. So uh, we can put the similar terms on one column to lessen the chance of getting an incorrect answer. So subtract, so 6 minus 6, so that's 0, x squared. Then negative 9 minus 4, it's negative 13. Okay, y squared. The negative 18 minus negative 70. So that means it becomes negative 18 plus 70. So that's 52. Okay, so plus 52 equals 0. So we have 13y squared. If we multiply the equation by negative 1, 13y squared. And then, okay, negative 52. Okay, for a moment. Negative. It shouldn't be negative. It's positive 52. Okay, if we put it on the right side, so it becomes positive 52. So y squared therefore is equal to 52 over 13, or that would be equal to 4. So y therefore is equal to the square root of 4, but take note, we need two values because it's a quadratic equation. Also, we need the positive and the negative values of square root of 4. So that means we have two values for y, positive and negative. Okay, so not just the main root. Okay, we have to consider also the negative root, just the positive one. So after solving for y, okay, we now solve for x. We write some bullets for the steps. Then solve for y. So you can do also elimination of y squared terms, but you can do substitution after whichever is more convenient. Okay. Solve for x squared. Not necessarily x squared. So solve for x. So our goal here is to really solve for the x and the y values. So solve for x. So we can choose Now let's say equation 1. Okay, substitute y to equation 1. You can also substitute to equation 2. Okay, so depende nimo. So, equation 1 is 2x squared. So let me write it again. So, positive and negative 2 for y. Actually, if you square them, they will yield another the same answer. Okay, so we can just write 2 here. Anyway, again, it will yield the same answer because negative 2, if you square it, it's also equal to positive 4. So, one-time solution na. No need to show that you have really two values for 2 or two values for y. Okay. So, it's 2x squared minus 3 times 4. You need to perform exponentiation first. So 2 squared, so that's 4 before multiplying it to 3. So minus 12, then minus 6 equals 0. Or that's 2x squared minus 18. Or that's 2x squared equals 18. X squared equals 18 over 2, or that's 9. So we have square root of 9. So two values for that. Okay, so positive and negative 3. Alright, so we have x either 2 or 3. Uh, sorry, positive 3 or negative 3. Okay, okay for both, for all the choices here, A, B, C, and D, but for y, it should be 2 or negative 2. Okay, so we have two answers actually. So A and B are just the same. Wala na edit. Anyway, okay, so we have two answers, A and B. So X could either be 3 or negative 3 and Y 2 or negative 2. Okay, that's how you solve simultaneous equations which are quadratic. We also have a simultaneous equation, but this time it's not addition of some terms here or some expressions. So instead, we only have one term. Okay, the two variables are being multiplied. So usually we have variables that are being squared lang or added with another variable, but it's a special type because they are being multiplied. So if you will look at the calculator, there's no function for that. Okay, you have two equations in just one term. Multiply silang duha. Okay, so you need again to use either elimination or substitution. Okay, but you need to eliminate one um, one variable. Okay, make sure that in another equation that same variable is also eliminated, not the second one, because you cannot solve for the values of these variables if you have a lot of equations. So our goal is to solve for the three values. Okay, so we need first to reduce the number of variables. So we have three actually, not only x and y. So we also have a third one. It's a z. Okay, which is also present in the third equation. So we have three equations with three unknowns. Okay, so how to eliminate the two, leaving only leaving only one variable, so that we can easily solve for the other two just by substitution method. So we need to eliminate something. Okay, so look for some common variables in the first two equations maybe. So let's say we will focus on the first two equations. So this be equation 1, this equation 2. So the common variable for them is y. Diba? Okay, so if we're going to replace y with something, eliminating y, okay, we will have two variables. Okay, we'll have two variables. If we eliminate y, so we still have x and z. Okay, so our goal is to have just one variable. So instead of eliminating y, we eliminate x and z. Okay, as you can see in the third equation, there is an x and there's a z. So what if we are going to express x in terms of y and then z in terms of y, so that equation 3 will have only one variable. Okay, because for equation 1, you cannot just eliminate y, okay, and then for equation 2, eliminate another y. So we need to arrange the equation so that the x and the z will have the same variable on the right side. To express x in terms of y and z in terms of y. So from equation 1, okay, so solve for x. So meaning you have to put x on the left side. So we need to divide, okay, the entire equation by y. So let's solve for x. So x therefore is equal to 15 over y. Then for number 2, express z in terms of y. So solve for z. So it's yz equals 35. So we need to divide this by y. So z is 35 over y. So both contain y. So we can go to the third equation. So substitute, okay, x and z into the third equation. So meaning, instead of writing x, we write 15 over y. And then z is 35 over y equals 21. So we now have one equation, one unknown left, one variable left, which is y. So we can now solve for its value. Okay, so we multiply the two fractions. So that's 15 times 35. So press mode, okay, mode, and then 1 to go back to the normal function. That's 15 times 35. So 15 times 35. So that's 525. And then y over y is y squared. Equate to 21. So cross multiply. So 525 equals 21 y squared. Or divide everything by 21. So y squared equals 525 over 21. Or y is equal to positive and negative square root of 525 over 21. So, okay, for a moment, let me just check if I have recorded. I think I have recorded the meeting. Are you still with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes,
Have
ma'am.
I recorded the meeting? Or did somebody record the meeting? Record. What na record? So, okay ra ta?
Tara, record na lang.
I will try my best to record later the first few examples. Okay? Or maybe you're recording on your device. You can do that, diba? External na recording. Sige. So for the first two on, I will be recording it later. Ako lang niya isumpay ha on the conversation for this advanced algebra. Okay. So sige, let's continue. So calculator. So it's square root of 525 525 divided by 21. So it's 5. So we have two values. okay, positive and negative 5. So for the instruction, we need to determine the sum of the positive valued solution. So we'll disregard the negative 5 later. Okay, so we need to solve for the other two. So we have x and z. So next is to solve for x. So from equation 1, we have x equals 15 over y. So we'll just use the positive value. Okay, positive 5. We're after only the positive value. So 15 over 5 is 3. Okay, and then solve for so for z. So from equation 2, z is 35 over y. That's 35 over 5. So z therefore equals 7. So next is to get the sum of x, y, and z. So x plus y plus z, that would be 3 plus 5. So only the positive values. So z is 7. 8 plus 7, so that's 15. Okay, so the answer for this one is 15. That's for simultaneous equations, okay, that are not linear. So next is to solve for the partial fractions. Okay, so before we go to these four types, okay, so let me just explain what partial fraction is. So let's say we have the given fraction x plus 2 all over x squared minus 7x plus 12. So we can resolve it into its partial fractions. So meaning if we have the partial fractions, if we add them, okay, so the answer would be equal to the given fraction. So for example, if we are going to add 1/2 and 1/5, so these are partial fractions. If we get their sum, it's only one fraction. It's written as one fraction, right? So if we're given this fraction, then if we know what are the properties of this fraction, then we can resolve it into its partial fractions. So that's what we are going to do for x plus 2, okay, all over x squared minus 7x plus 12. So if you know what the partial fraction thing is all about, then you can just use the choices, okay, combine them and see which of them is equivalent to the given fraction. Again, what if you don't have any options to choose your answer from? Okay, so solve yun na. Especially for this one, okay, so this is being discussed here in advanced algebra because in integral, I think it's in integral calculus, you will be asked to resolve a some partial fractions first, okay, before you can do the integration. Okay, because there are some limitations in doing integration, so you need to separate the partial fractions. So how to do it? It depends on what factors are present in the fraction. So if the factor ax plus b, meaning this is linear, okay, only one for the exponent, okay, it's not an x squared, so it's ax plus b, a and b are constant, okay, so only x is the variable. So if this occurs once, there's only one ax plus b factor in the given fraction, then okay, its partial fraction corresponds to this a over ax plus b. So just copy the linear factor and you have to solve for the value of a, or the numerator of the partial fraction. So if ax plus b occurs n times, so there are many ax plus b in the given fraction, then the partial fractions are, okay, so it depends on how many times will it occur in the fraction. So if it occurs n times, then you have to write n partial fractions. So before we go to the next two types, okay, I'll discuss na lang sa the third and the fourth. So as you can see in the given, it's a quadratic equation. The factors that we are going to look at should be on the denominator, by the way. So this is a quadratic one. Okay. So for quadratic linear factors in the denominator, irreducible, meaning cannot be reduced. So there are quadratic expressions that can be factored out, so meaning they are reducible. So we can use the third condition here if the quadratic factor ax plus b, ax squared plus bx plus c is no longer reducible. So not factorable in short. Okay. So later we'll determine whether the x squared minus 7x plus 12 is reducible or not. So if it's reducible, then we need to go back to the first two cases. Okay, first two conditions here. And if ever the irreducible quadratic factor occurs many times in the denominator, then we need to have these partial fractions. We need to determine what are the constants. So for the first one, x squared minus 7x plus 12. So is x squared minus 7x plus 12 irreducible? No. Okay. So is there a way to know whether it's reducible or not? Okay, so you can factor it out, no? So, mamata-mata naman sila diretso. So, what are the factors for x squared minus 7x plus 12?
4 minus
Okay, x minus 3 and,
x minus 4.
okay, very good, x minus 4. You need to look for factors of 12 that when you add them, okay, it would be equal to 7. And there's a negative sign, so it means that the sum should be negative 7. So you can have negative 3 and negative 4. So, meaning the, what call this, the denominator is reducible. So, we have two distinct linear factors. Okay, it's not a repeating linear factor, so x minus 3 is different from x minus 4. So meaning it's under case number 1. So each linear factor will have an equivalent of a over the linear factor as the partial fraction. So that means that the given fraction x plus 2 a over x squared minus 7x plus 12 will have two a partial fractions. So one is a over the first linear factor, which is x minus 3. And the second one is, let's use another letter for its denominator. So the second linear factor is x minus 4. So what are the values of a and b? Okay. So what we can do is to remove first the denominators. So to do that, we can multiply the whole equation by the denominator by x minus 3 times x minus 4. Okay, it's the greatest common the greatest common factor for all the three expressions. Okay, the greatest common factor is x minus 3 times x minus 4. So we can write this as x minus 3, x minus 4. So let me change this to x minus 3 times x minus 4. So to eliminate all the denominators, so this should be the multiplier. Okay, so if we're going to multiply the left side by x minus 3 and x minus 4, so that would eliminate the entire denominator, so leaving only the numerator. Okay, for the first fraction on the right side, we're going to multiply a over x minus 3 by x minus 3. Okay, so we can eliminate only x minus 3. Okay, so we have a times x minus 4. So I have to write the complete solutions or understandable ra? So without without seeing the actual multiplication. Okay ra? Kaya ra? Imagine? Or do I have to write na sana ako once. So for the next example, di na ha. So para ma-visualize tarong. So if I'm going to multiply the entire equation, that means that you have to multiply each term, no? So starting off with the left side, so meaning we need to multiply with x minus 3 and x minus 4. So that's why it's x plus 2, since these two will be cancelled out. For the right side, so if our multiplier is x minus 3 times x minus 4, so we can eliminate only x minus 3. Then for the second term on the right side, so multiply again x minus 3 and x minus 4, so we'll eliminate x minus 4. So we have x plus 2 on the left side, and then right side we have a times x minus 4, a plus b times x minus 3. Okay, so actually there are two methods in solving for a and b. You can eliminate a or eliminate b, or for general na lang, no? General method. Okay, so since the two are equal, so meaning, okay, whatever the coefficient of x is on the left side, okay, it should be the same here for the right side, right? And for the constant term, so whatever is the constant term here, it should be the same constant term on the right side. So we need to simplify the right side so that we can have it written in the form blank x plus blank. Okay. So although we still have a and b that will compute for naman na siya, we can actually equate. Okay. So let me write the a times x minus 4 as just one simplified version. So meaning we have to multiply a and x minus 4. So that's ax, then minus 4a. Okay, so you write the variable x, y, or whatever after na the coefficient, the constant. Okay, that's why I placed x after a. Okay, and then a numerical value before a letter para mas easier analysis. So b times x minus 3, that's bx, and then minus b times 3, that's 3b. And then combine like terms. So we have on the right side, we can combine ax and bx because they are similar. So we can get a plus b and then multiply it with x. Okay, I'm factoring out the x term. And then for the constant terms, it's minus 4a minus 3b. So we have two constant terms. So again, okay, whatever is the coefficient for x here on the left side, it should be the same coefficient for the right side. So meaning, the coefficient of x on the left side is 1 because it's just x, so that means 1x. So the coefficient on the right side should also be equal to 1. Since it's a plus b, so we just write a plus b. And then for the constant term, On the left side, it's 2. On the right side, okay, so we have minus 4a minus 3b. So we have two equations with two unknowns, so we can solve for the values. Okay, so either by substitution or elimination or using the calculator. Okay, so instead of x and y, we have a and b as our unknowns. Okay, so it's a simultaneous equation. So it's a system of equations, or what we call simultaneous equations. So they are both linear, so we can use the first one. Okay, the first option for x and y, or for this example, we have a and b. So let a be the x and b be the y. Okay, so take note of the arrangement. The constant term should be on the other side. So we have a plus b equals 1 for the first equation. Let me label these 1 and 2. So the first equation, we have 1a, so 1. Then 1b also, so meaning 1 is the coefficient. And then the constant term, okay, is on the other side, so it's equal to 1, so we input 1. Then for the second equation, so it's okay if it's not positive for the first coefficient. Okay na na. Okay, what if you will multiply pa negative 1, or what if you get an error in multiplying? So you can just write negative 4 for A. Then for B, we have negative 3. And for the constant term, we have 2. So we have A equal to negative 5 and B equal to 6. So A, negative 5, and B equal to 6. So therefore, okay, the answers, the partial fractions are, so we have A over x minus 3, so that's negative 5 over x minus 3 plus A, B is 6, so 6 over x minus 4. So among the four options here, okay, so double check on the denominators. So for the choices A, B, C, and D, the first fraction contains x minus 4. So above x minus 4 should be 6, and above x minus 3 should be negative 5, so it's letter C. 6 over x minus 4 minus 5 over x minus 3. Okay, so that's how you resolve that into partial fractions. So you can try, you add the two partial fractions, so the sum should be x plus 2 all over x squared minus 7x plus 12. Okay, then next, for polynomials, okay, in the basic algebra, we had this definition, no, of a polynomial, that it is composed of terms arranged usually from the highest power to the lowest power, okay, with some coefficients. So generally, polynomial is written as a x raised to the power of n, a plus b raised to the power of x, to bx raised to the power of n minus 1. So the exponents are decreasing. The cx raised to the power of n minus 2, until the last one is for the constant term. Yes, say constant. Just write constant. Okay. So to get the remainder of dividing a polynomial by a certain number or another polynomial, so it's similar to the division method that we do in arithmetic. But this time, it contains Okay, the polynomial contains na lang, because it's a polynomial, so it contains variables. Okay, but the concept is just the same. The first step is to make sure that the terms are complete. So if there are missing terms, let's say there's no x squared term. Okay, example, there's no x squared term, so you need to write 0 x squared. Okay, so that there won't be missing terms to make the division correct. So we can use long division method. There's another method. So let's start with the long division. In long division, you copy this is called the dividend. In arithmetic, dividend, spelling wrong, dividend. And this is the divisor. Okay, so it should be dividend over divisor. So you write the dividend here, then the divisor here. Similar to arithmetic, no? Simple division in elementary. Okay, so again, make sure that the terms are complete and arranged properly, starting with x cubed. The highest exponent is 3, so starting with x cubed, then 4x squared, then the x term, then the constant term. Then the divisor is placed outside, so it's x minus 5. So what you will do is to divide the first term by the first term of the dividend by the first term of the divisor. So x cubed divided by x. What's the answer? X cubed divided by x. Just to check if I'm still in the meeting. X squared. Okay, so you have to write the answer above it. Okay, above para you will not be confused with saan na dapitan na human. There are some who put the x squared in the same column. So some would place them here, but for me, para di ko masaad, usually I put the answer here above the first term of the dividend. Okay, then next is to multiply that answer to each of the terms in the divisor. And then put the result accordingly to where the term is located. So x squared times x, so that's x cubed. Okay. Mute yourself, please. Mute, Lord. Thank you. Then x squared times negative 5, so that's negative 5 x squared. So the x squared column is here and the second column. So minus 5 x squared. And then after that, you perform subtraction. So let me just remove these. Subtract ko na mata. So subtraction, you must put some parentheses so that you won't be confused. In elementary ba na or high school, when you distribute, when you do subtraction, you need to change the sign, then proceed to addition, okay, or just solve for the difference mentally, if possible, para di samok sa solutions. Like for this one, so x cube and x cube, so the coefficients are 1 and 1. So just subtract no mentally 1 minus 1. So 0 x cube, or no need to write it as 0 x cube. And tendency ana nga, ma-appeal, no? 0 x cube means 0. So no need to write that down. Then 4, we have x squared for the second column. So we have 4 minus negative 5. So that means 4 plus 5. That's 9. Okay, x squared. And for the other terms, of course, you are not subtracting anything. So just copy them. And then continue until you get to the term that is not, it is no longer divisible by x minus 5. We can still continue because we have an x squared here, 9x squared divided by x. So that's 9x. Then repeat the process. So multiply the 9x by x minus 5. So that's 9x squared. Then 9x times negative 5, so it's negative 45x. And perform again subtraction. So 9 minus 9, 0, negative 3 minus negative 45. So it's negative 3 plus 45, or that's 42x, and then plus 8. Then continue because we can still divide 42x by x. Okay, so that's 42. Multiply. Okay, then 42 times 5, negative 5. Calculator na lang ta kasi masayop. Taas-taas nagbalikunod if masayop. 42 times negative 5, that's negative 210. So minus 210, and then okay, perform again subtraction. So that's 0. Then 8 minus negative 210, or 8 plus 210, so that's 218. So this does not contain a variable, so you cannot get a whole number. Arithmetic we cannot get a whole number for 218, or a greater one number, greater than one number. We divide 218 by x minus 5. So it means that this is the divisor. Okay, so divisor, sorry, the remainder. So it's 218, letter C. Okay, so when we write the entire quotient, so it's written as x squared plus 9x plus 42, then plus, okay, for the remainder, it's 218, then over the divisor. So when we say 5 divided by 3, so it's 1 and 2 over 3. Okay, so the remainder is 2. So when you write the result, so you copy the denominator. That's 1 and 2/3. So similar to what a polynomial division looks like. Okay, the result looks like. And there's a shortcut, but there are some limitations. Okay, so as long as the divisor is linear, so x minus 5 is linear, then we can do what we call, okay, call that synthetic division. So if you're familiar with it, that's synthetic division. So let me just highlight first. So this is the first method. The second method is synthetic. Again, okay, not applicable to all polynomials, division of polynomials, so only if the divisor is linear. So it's actually the same with the long division, but you don't have to write the variables. Instead, you write the coefficients only. Okay, again, the term should be complete. If ever there are missing terms, so you need to write 0, okay, for the coefficient. So for x cubed, the coefficient is 1. So you write 1. For x squared, it's 4. For the x term, it's negative 3. And for the constant term, it's 8. Then you will write the r in the linear equation, linear divisor. So the r, okay, the divisor should be written in this form. It's x minus r. So since it's x minus 5, so r is equal to 5. So you have to write 5 here. Or in short, you solve for the value of x, okay, in the linear divisor. Because there are times that the divisor is written like this. Okay, what's the value of r? So shortcut, or use a shortcut. The best thing to do is to just solve for x. So 2x equals 3, or this x equals 3 over 2. So what you will write here is the 3 over 2. Okay, so let me just erase that. So, next is to put a line below the first row. Okay, then um, bring down 1, bring down the first coefficient. Then next is to multiply. Basically, what you are doing in the long division is only. So instead of just dividing, so we are multiplying, okay, the coefficient by the number here on the side. It's 1 times 5, and then put the result below the first row. Okay, so that's 5. And then perform addition. Okay, so you need to add the numbers in the same column. Instead of subtraction, okay, so subtraction for the long division, so addition here because of the kaning r, no? Since you are solving for the r here, so sort of na carry over ang negative. Okay, so that's why we are doing addition here. So 4 plus 5, so that's 9. Then multiply again to 5, so it's 9 times 5, so that's 45. Then add again, so that's 42. Then multiply by 5, so that's 210. And then add again, so 218. So the remainder here, the number here in the last column is the remainder. So if ever the last column, a difference or sum rather, is 0, so that means that there is no remainder. Okay, as you can see, the coefficients 1, 9, and 42. So these are the coefficients in the quotient. 218 is the remainder. So as long as the divisor is linear, so you can use synthetic division. Okay. Next, so for advanced algebra, so make the topics are very varied. Okay, so we have a lot of topics. That's why ambak-ambak, no, jumping from one topic to another. Ginom sa tubig ka diyo. So, makaya pa ni until buong tingog. So, 1 more hour and 8 minutes to go. Sige, go. Next, this is a word problem. So, application of the simultaneous equations instead of just solving for x and y. So, we solve for actual things, actual examples. So here, a farmer has only chickens and cows in his barnyard. Okay, so if you're used to x and y, so you can just use x and y instead of uh, sometimes so we use the initials of the words, okay, the things involved in the problem. But for this one, both have C as the initial, so confusing na po. You can use CH or CO, pero daghan na letters, no? So you can just assign X for the number of chicken and Y for the number of cows. Or cows. So it says here that if the animals have a total of 60 heads, okay, and 140 legs, how many chicken are there? So meaning what is the value of X? The required is the value of X. Okay. So we need to transform these phrases into equations. Okay. The total of 60 heads and 140 legs must be um, transformed into a mathematical equation. Okay. So if there are a total of 60 heads, so using x and y, what's the equation? How many heads does a chicken have? Assuming, of course, na normal nga mga animals, ha? One, one or two. A normal na number of parts sa kaning animal. So, how many heads for the chicken? Okay, so one. For the cow,
One.
one. So, if there are a
One.
total of 60 heads, so how do we write that in terms of x and y?
Division, divide.
X plus 1 is equal, X plus Y equals 60.
Okay, so if there's one head per chicken, so 1 times x, and for cow, 1 times y, no? So equals 60. So this is the first equation. The second one, the total number of legs should be 140. So for the chicken, how many legs? Two. For the cow,
4.
one normal. So 4. So we have to multiply 2 to x for the chicken and 4 to y for the cow. So the sum should be 140.
Plus
So we
4y.
have two equations with two unknowns, so they are both linear. So let's just use a calculator for that. Okay, if you are not allowed to use a calculator, then use either substitution or elimination. Calculation, parang na-discuss tagdaghan. So, a calculator rather. So we have two unknowns, x and y. So it's option 1. So 1, 1, and 60 for equation 1, and then 2, 4, and 140 for equation 2. Okay, so we have x equals 50 and y equals 10. May nakalisod. Okay. If you're not given the equations, no? So, of course, okay, 50 and 10. Okay, I think most of you are working, no? So, siguro mag-solve yun mano-mano, pero the analysis that we are doing here, okay, of course, mo na to i-apply. So, 50 and 10. So, make sure that you are answering the correct question. Okay, it could be that the question is on the number of cows, but chicken man. So, it should be the value of x. So, it's 50. So double check also on the solution. So maybe you'll get a negative answer, which is not possible. Maybe your solution is correct, or the given problem is your solution is wrong. Okay, or the given problem is wrong. Possible. So there are when we have two unknowns, x and y, so we need at least two equations containing the same unknowns, no, or same variables. So there are cases na the number of unknowns is greater than the number of equations. So kung imong bilihon o basa, okay, makagid ang given sa problem. So these are called Diophantine equations. So the number of equations is less than the number of unknowns. So you cannot directly use elimination and substitution. You need to do something agad, no? Para ma-solve na siya. Okay? So it's sort of a trial by error type of solution. Okay? The problem is valid, pero you cannot use the basic algebraic equations to solve for what is required in the problem. Sakto lang problem, no? Di lang yun ma-solve using ka ng simple equations. So, you need to assign some values for a particular unknown and then see if mo satisfy ba sa given or formed equations. So, here's an example. A boy bought 20 candies for 20 pesos. Candy A costs 3 pesos each, B at 1 peso and 50 cents, and C at 50 cents each. So how many candies did he buy? Okay, so if we're going to write the equation, so let's start with the definition. So let's use the letters. Okay, so let A be the number of candy A. Okay, B for candy B, and C for candy C. So the total number of candies is 20. So what's the equation using A, B, and C?
A plus B plus C.
Okay, A plus B plus C, so that's 20. Okay, how about for the amount, the 20 pesos? How will you get 20 pesos? So I'll put the total amount here. This
A.
first one is for the number of candies, and the second one is for the amount. Again, how will you write the equation?
3A plus
Okay, plus
1/2 B.
1.5. So you can just write
Sorry, 3.
1.5.
3 over 2 ba yun?
3 over 2, or decimal form para na tamo. 1.5b plus the cost no per candy C, and then the number of candy. Okay. So we have three unknowns, no, A, B, and C. So we have only two equations. Okay. Kinambano ni mong solve, pwede naman yun na, no? Candy ra good. So actually, there's no other equation that you can write. This is an example of a Diophantine equation. So what you will do is to make trial and error. Okay. So is it 10 for the value of C? So you use the different choices. So let's say you start with A. So if C is 10, so check whether it satisfies equations 1 and 2. So if this is equation 1, this is equation 2. So see if true ba ng equation 1 if C is 10. Okay, so we can reduce the number of unknowns. So if we have 10 as the value of C, so equation 1 becomes A plus B plus 10 equals 20. Simplify, A plus B equals 20 minus 10, or that's 10. Then, okay, for number 2, the number of unknowns will be reduced to 2 because you will put 10 instead of C. So it's 3A plus 1.5B, then 0.5 times 10 is 5. Okay, 20 minus 5 is 15. So, makita na, no? Using these two equations, what are the values of A and B if they are possible values? So if C is not equal to 10, then most probably A would be a negative value or an imaginary number, or number greater than 20, which is not possible because you have at most 20 candies. Remember. So, still under equation mode, two linear equations. We have 1, 1, and 10. Then for the second equation, we have 3, 1.5, and 15. Okay, so x is 0 and y is 10. So 0 daw and 10. Is it possible that there are no candy A? So you can double check. Okay, if there are no candy A, so if candy B costs 150, 1 peso and 50 cents each, so if you have 10, okay, so na po katag 1.50, so that you have 15 pesos, and then 50 cents each for candy C, which is ito, you assign a 10 na value, so 10 times 50 cents each, so that's 5 pesos, a total of 20. Okay, so you can also try, this is the answer, no, it's possible that, that's why kulang ang equations, there's one item that is zero behind. So that's for candy A. Okay. So you can also try 11. So ato like try just to show na it's not possible to have the other options is the correct answer. So if we have 11 for C, so it's A plus B equals 20. Ang shortcut ha, 20 minus 11, that's 9. And then for equation 2, so it's 3A plus 1.5B, then it's 20 minus 11 times 0.5. 20 times, huna pila na 11 times 0.5. Okay, so 20 minus letter 11 times 0.5, 29 over 2 or 14.5. If you're going to solve for this system of equations, so let's see if this is possible. So 1, 1, and 9. Then 3, 1.5, and 14.5. Okay, so 2/3 and 25/3, which are not whole numbers. 2/3 and 25/3. 2/3 and 25/3. Then sa kahit number of candies dayon 2/3. Kaya sige palit ka balik 2/3. Sa bugas, bitaw. Okay, so usually if it talks about like this or animals or persons, syempre, okay, the value shouldn't be to add no fractions of a whole number. So these are not possible answers. So letter A is the correct one. Hindi na nato pilo na C o D kay magmaan sa ta. So that we can discuss logarithmic and exponential functions. Okay. So that's for application of linear equations. Okay. So the next one is on what call this? Okay, you need to again write the equations because that is what algebra is all about. Okay. So of course that for the applications, no, they kay solve for x. So what's the significance of just solving for x without any meaning ng ng x, diba? So you need to identify what variable is that. Okay. So for this one, a proportionality di ay, the term is proportionality. Especially in doing scientific work. So even if not scientific, there is still relationship between variables. No, so Osaka, for example, increasing the distance that you will be traveling, of course, will need a more amount of fuel or gasoline, for example. Okay, so meaning the two are directly proportional. No? So the number of kilometers maybe is directly proportional to the number of gallons of gasoline. Okay, so there's direct na relationship. Okay, directly proportional. They are directly proportional. So there's also inversely proportional. So one will increase, okay, the other will decrease. So let's say if we are going to increase the number of persons that will be vaccinated, so it's possible to have a decrease in the rate of spreading of the virus. So they are inversely proportional. Then we can also have in the proportionality na these two are the most common ones na directly lang yun, okay, proportional. Of course, we have exponential growth and all. So basically, it starts with these two, okay, direct and inverse proportion. So for example, for this problem, Boyle's law states that at constant temperature, we have already Boyle's law equation, but what if you don't know what the equation is all about? Okay? Or what's the exact mathematical equation for that law? So ikaw mahimo sa equation. Okay? That constant temperature, pressure of a gas varies inversely as its volume. Okay? So to write that inverse proportion, okay, inverse relationship, so let P be the pressure of the gas and V be the volume. So if the pressure is varies inversely, so meaning P is inversely proportional to the volume. You have seen mga references having these symbols. Okay, so this is the proportionality symbol. So it's 1 over V, meaning it's inversely proportional. Pressure is inversely proportional to the volume. Okay, so to remove this proportionality symbol here, we can replace this with an equal sign. Okay, but we need to put a constant of proportionality. So that's why we have usually letter K is used for constant of proportionality. So to replace again the symbol, this alpha symbol with an equal sign, so you have to multiply the 1 over B with the constant of proportionality, or proportionality constant. Uh, Proportionality. Next statement, so if a certain amount of gas is under a pressure of 20 pounds per square inch, or PSI, so we have the first condition. The first pressure is 20 PSI. Okay, and has a volume of, so the volume, corresponding volume is 250 cubic inches. What will be the pressure if the volume is decreased? So what will be the pressure if the volume is decreased to 200, okay, cubic inches? So from 250 to 200. So obviously, since they are inversely proportional, so we expect a greater amount of pressure. No? Okay, 250 to 200, there's a decrease. So the corresponding change in the pressure is increase. Okay, so from the constant of proportionality, so the word constant, so that means na if you will multiply P and V, okay, meaning you're solving for K, okay, so to remove 1 over V, so you will multiply the entire equation by 1 over V, so that means you'll be multiplying P and V, okay, so it's equal to the constant, proportionality constant. So whatever the pressure and volume conditions are, the product, okay, their product will remain the same, equal to this. Okay, of course, if you're talking about the same system, okay, same device, same equipment, okay, same substance. So, constant ko, no, ang the product of pressure and volume. So that if you have initially P1 and V1, whatever the product is, so it's equal to the product of P2 and V2. Okay. So actually, this is the Boyle's law equation, if you're familiar with it. So P1 V1 equals P2 V2. So since we are going to solve for P2, so we need to divide everything by V2. So P2 therefore is P1 V1 over V2. Okay, so that would be 20 PSI times 250 cubic inches, and then the V2 value is 200 to get an eraser. So 200 sorry, 200 cubic inches. So cancel out the cubic inches. So we have the unit of pressure. So that's 20 times 250 divided by 200. So that's 25. So 25 psi for the pressure. So from 20, it should increase no, to 25. So it's an example of this proportionality. Of course, the more complicated processes will have non-linear, no, quadratic, or exponential na relationship. Okay. So the next one is another application of this systems of equations or simultaneous. Okay, equations. Okay, so okay, it's very critical, no, because you will be the one to write the equations. So a family budget provides an expenditure of 1,500 per month for food. So for food, so that's 1,500. So for food, good no, it's 1,500. Then we have specific foods here. So if the amount allotted for meat is 300 pesos more than that of milk, okay, so we have these three. We have meat, milk, and just the two of them. Other food, okay, other food. So we need to make equations. So we'll assign letters lang po for these three. Okay, so let's say the allotment for meat is X, for milk is Y, and for the other food is Z. So we have to make equations. So if the allotment for meat is 300 pesos more than that of milk, so which has a higher allotment, milk or meat? Meat or milk? Gutom na tani.
Meat.
Meat, no? So it's 300 pesos more than that of milk. So how will you write that in mathematical equation? Using X and Y. So asang adan o 300, X or Y? You should add 300 to the lesser amount, no? So which one is lesser? So it should be X plus 300 or Y plus 300. Asa may adan ang milk or ang meat? Adan ng 300. Mas barato.
Y plus 300.
Okay, Y plus 300. No, it should be, you need to add 300 to the milk allotment. So that should be allotted for meat. Okay. Ang barato yung mong punan of 300. That's a common error. No, ang adan is the higher amount, which is not correct. Should be the lesser amount. So Y plus 300 therefore is equal to X. So this is the first equation. Okay, there's another statement. If the allotment for the other food is twice as much as that for meat and milk. So the allotment for the other food, so that means if Z, it's twice as much as that for meat and milk. So twice, meaning 2 times. In terms of X and Y, it's the total estimation of meat and milk. No? So let's just put X plus Y. So for example, 1,000. Okay, 1,000. Let's say 300 pesos for the sum of meat and milk. So you double that, so 600, so that's the allotment for the other food. Okay, so we have three equations. Okay. So for the entire budget, it's 1,500 kuno pesos per month. So, sabihin to iga, 1,500 per month. So, we need to add, okay, the 3. So, it's x plus y plus z equals 1,500. So, we have the third equation. We have 3 equations with 3 unknowns. So, no need for trial and error. So, we'll just arrange the equations properly so that we can use the calculator na lang to solve for the equations. So, let you start with alphabetically, no, x, y, z. So, for equation 1, so let's arrange it. So, put the y and 300 together with the x term. It's minus y minus 300. Okay, to 0. Constant term should be placed on the right side ay because the syntax there sa calculator, the constant term should be separate. No? So let me erase that. So it should sum up to 3. The difference should be 300. So for the second equation, so we need to multiply, okay, 2x plus 2y. So if we arrange the terms, so it's 2x plus 2y, then z is an unknown, so we have to transfer it, so it becomes minus z. And there's no constant term, so it's 0. Then for the third one, it's already arranged. Okay, so x plus y plus z equals 1,500. So we need to input these 3 into the calculator. So this time we need the second equation mode because we have 3 unknowns, x, y, and z. So we'll choose 2. So 1 for x, negative 1 for y. For the first equations, it's 0. For z, there's no z term, so 0. Then the constant term is 300. So for the second equation, we have 2, then negative 1, then 0. Then third equation, 1, 1, 1, and 1,500. So x is 400, then 100, then 1,000. 400, 100, 1,000. 100, and 1,000. So if y is 100, you add 300 to it, so it's 400. You add the 2, 400 plus 100, so 500 for both meat and milk. You double that, that's for the other food. So 500 times 2, so 1,000. Okay, next. Before we go to calculus, okay, hindi ako, before you go to calculus, so I think that's next week, no? Isa may assign sa calculus. Maybe there will be some changes with the mentor. Maybe lang. If you will be informed, or the mentor will be informed if ever na some changes. Okay. So anyway, so in calculus later on, you'll be dealing with different functions. Okay, and then prerequisite to that is any advanced algebra. Okay, so you will be evaluating some function. So when you say evaluating a function, is simply getting the value of the function given the value of the independent variable. Okay, so I hope this is at least familiar gamay, no? So usually for functions, it's not solely on algebraic, okay, functions. We also have trigonometric functions, exponential functions, and logarithmic. So we have different types. So let me just write. So algebraic functions, so the usual x and y, okay. Even for rational, no, if it involves fractions or even radical, as long as we can have plus and minus and multiplication and division. So it's considered an algebraic function such as this one, 2x squared plus 2x plus 4. So it's an example of an algebraic function. The second classification is transcendental. So this includes katunaw na ay prefix, no? Like sine, cosine. So one is the trigonometric function we use in trigonometry. Trigonometric. The other one is logarithmic. So if it involves already logarithms, log of something, logarithmic spelling. Then exponential function. So if the variable is already in the exponent. So instead of x squared, say 2 to the power of x. Okay, so that's an exponential function. Okay, so trigonometric, that would be, of course, discussed in trigonometry. Logarithmic and exponential, hopefully, karon we can give some examples for these two types. Okay, so algebraic is from the basic algebra up to the last slide and up to this slide also. So these are different functions. So when we evaluate a function, meaning we are getting its value. Okay, so functions are denoted, so aside from using y is equal to something, it's indirectly telling us na it's a function, no? But if there are relationships in different variables, independent variables, so they're considered functions. So aside from using y is equal to, so we can use this notation. Okay, this f of x. So it means that the function is independent of this variable x. Is dependent rather on this variable x. So x is the independent variable. So the function depends on the value of x. Okay. So you can write the equation above as y equals to x squared. Okay, usually given in the first few lessons of algebra, y is equal to something. Okay, so we can solve for y by substituting the value of x. So y is dependent on the value of x. So x is the independent variable. So instead of using y, okay, to denote that it is a function, so we can use the f of x notation, f for the first letter of the word function. Okay, so if we're dealing with more than one function already, we can use the other letters. We can use g of x, okay, h of y, for example. So h is dependent on y. If we're talking about, let's say, area of a circle, so it's dependent on the radius. So we can write area is dependent on r. It's a of r. Whatever the value of r is, of course, the value of a will change. If we change the value of r, there's a corresponding change in the value of the area. Okay, so that's what the function is. So if you are asked to get the value of f of 2, so you read it as f of 2, f of 2, f of x, g of x, a of r, and so on and so forth. So meaning you will substitute 2 to the x in the given equation. Okay, so just substitute x. So f of x, f of 2 therefore is 2 times, so you write 2 instead of x, plus 2 times 2 plus 4. That's 8 plus 4 plus 4, so that's 16. So the value of the function at x equals 2, okay, is 16. So this is the answer. Okay, so there are theorems that we can use in solving for some functions. Okay, so the item where long division and and synthetic division were introduced, actually, okay, we can use one of the theorems here for polynomials. Okay, it's called remainder theorem. So we can use the evaluation of functions instead of solving by long division or the shorter one. There is a shorter period method. So using the remainder theorem. So if f of x is a polynomial and r is a real number, so not applicable to any other type of numbers. So r is a real number, then if we divide the polynomial by x minus r, so linear factor, okay, so the remainder is the value of the function at x equals r. Okay, so for example, okay, so this is the same question from one of the previous slides. So the answer is 218 if you can still recall. So we can use the remainder theorem to solve for the remainder. Okay, using remainder theorem. So we have to evaluate the value of the polynomial. So the polynomial here is x cubed plus 4x squared minus 3x of 8. Okay, so the remainder, therefore, is the value of this function at x equals 5. Okay, because it's in the form x minus r, r is 5. So we have to solve for f of r or f of 5. Okay, so we just substitute 5 to the x's here on the right side. So instead of writing r, we write 5. So it's 5 cubed plus 4 times 5 squared, then minus 3 times 5, then plus 8. Okay, so 5 cubed, we have a cube here above the x squared plus 4 times 5 squared, then minus 3 times 5, and then plus 8. Okay, so the answer is 218. This is the shortest method. So the remainder is 218. So applicable only to x minus r divisors and polynomials that for polynomials. Not everything on algebraic expressions. So, dili pwede itong 1/2 ang exponent or 1/3. So, it has to be whole numbers for the exponents. Okay. So, for this one, it's the remainder theorem is not applicable because, as you can see, the divisor is a cubic equation. So, you need to go back to the long division. Okay. And by the way, the other theorems, okay, are related somehow not to the first one. So for the factor theorem, okay, uh, x minus r is a factor if and only if the remainder is 0. Okay, you can prove that if you will solve for the remainders. If it's 0, then it's a factor of the given polynomial. So for example, example. So the item where I ask you to factor out x squared, no, minus 7x plus 12. Okay, so you will know that a number or a linear factor is a factor of this given polynomial if the remainder is 0. So you have identified that it's x minus 4 times x minus 3. Okay. So if we are going to get the remainder of x minus 7x plus 12 divided by x minus 4, so the remainder should be 0. Okay, so for the first one, r here is 4. For the second one, r is 3. Let's see if we will get a 0 remainder. So let's solve for the function at r equals 4. So it's 4 squared minus 7 times 4 plus 12. Okay, so it's 16 minus 28 plus 12, which is equal to 0. And the other one is you solve for the value of the function at x equals 3. Okay, so it's 3 squared minus 7 times 3 plus 12, 9 minus 21 plus 12, which is also equal to 0. So you can do that. I know. So if you are in a hurry to find the factors, so you can sort of, I don't know, apply trial and error. So just to see if 0 ang remainder. So 0, then yay, no? One of the factors is x minus whatever number you substituted x with. Okay. For linear factors, it's another thing if quadratic na. No? So applicable to linear factors only. And then the third theorem is zeros of polynomial functions or roots of polynomial functions. So you can solve for all the roots or zeros, or meaning all the factors of a factorable, no, excuse me, polynomial function. Okay, if you will set the function be equal to 0. So finding the roots or zeros means you are finding the factors. Okay. So you have to set the function to 0 and solve for the values of x that will make the polynomial equal to 0. Diba mo nagigamit sa factoring? Equate everything na to 0 and then solve for the values of x that will satisfy the equation. So we now go to, okay, for the functions, you can add them, divide them. So if they are algebraic functions, so you have to follow those concepts in basic algebra. If ato to trigo, then use trigonometry. Okay? So the last two, no, the last two. Last two types of, of functions we will be mentioning tonight here in the Philippines. So logarithm and exponential function. So logarithm of a number or variable x to base b, or that is written as this one using this notation. So this is a logarithm of x to base b as the exponent of b needed to give the value of x. For example, if it's written this way, what is the log of this number, 16, to base 2? So it means that what should be the exponent of 2 so that we'll get a 16 na value. So that's how a logarithm is interpreted. So log of 16 to the base 2. So what should be the exponent of 2 so that the answer would be 16? So the answer is 4. You need to raise 2 to a power of 4 to get 16. So for the properties of logarithm, we have 6. So if you have logarithm of a product, if you will separate the x and the y, so it's equivalent to a sum of the logarithms of x and y. If it's a division here, then a difference between two logarithms. If it has an exponent, x here has an exponent of n. So one of the properties is that you can just put the n before the log, so meaning multiply the log with this value. If it's x squared, then you have 2 times the log of x. Then logarithm of x to the base b, it's the same thing as log of x over log of b. If there is no number written after log, log na notation, it means that it's subscript, bali, or the base is 10. It's a common logarithm. So log of x, okay, so there's no number, it means that the number is 10. Okay, it's a common logarithm, common log. For log of x to the base a, you can change the base, okay, change it to b. So from a, you're changing it to b, but you need to use, okay, a, so to get the value of what is on the left side, so you use the same base that you used in the numerator, x over a. And log of a to the base a is equal to 1. Okay, because of course you will raise a to a power of 1 so that it would be equal to itself. So log of a to the base a is 1. So if we have log of x to the base x, so the answer is 1. So to log of the nth root of x equals log of x to the 1 over n power. Okay, so log of the nth root of x, nth root of x. Okay, it's equal now to the log of x to the 1 over n power. In algebra, di ba, we transform our radical expression into this form, okay, where the exponent is a fraction. Okay, when you say square root of x, it means that x is raised to the power of 1/2, right? If it's cube root of x, so x raised to the power of 1/3. So we can write nth root of x as x raised to the power of n. So which of the four is equal to these two? So we can write these as A, B, C, or D based on the properties from the previous slide, which is the answer there. Gusto na sa istorya, kaya mahorot na akong tingog. What's the answer? A, B, C, or D? Sige. Balik sa properties. Okay. Letter boy. But it's N.
C.
The exponent is 1 over N. Letter letter A.
A.
Okay, letter
A.
A. If
One
it's
half.
this one, it's log of x to the power of n na isa ka lang mo number or whatever is before the log. Okay, but it's 1 over n, so that means 1 over n times log of x, or you put the n in the denominator. It's 1 times log of x. So log of x over n. So it's letter A. Next. Okay, because in calculus, no, maybe apilan of logarithmic functions and exponential functions. So we're ready for calculus. Okay, so given this logarithmic equation, okay, transform to an exponential function. So, exponential because the variables are already here sa exponent. Okay? Instead of the x on the base as the base, so it's now transferred to the exponent. So which among the four is equivalent to the logarithmic equation above? So You need to combine similar terms. It's all in with the algebraic functions, no? You combine similar terms, so 2x cannot be combined with the logarithmic terms, okay, because it's an algebraic function. Okay, algebraic function C2x. The other two are logarithmic functions, so we can combine the two. So I'll put the x log of x to the base b on the left side to combine it with the first one, and then just put the 2x on the right side. So we can combine these two using property number 2. Okay, so it's the difference between two logarithmic functions. So meaning as long as the bases are the same, so we can write it as log of x over y. So meaning this is log, okay, we write the base. So it's y over x. Okay, y man ang naguna. Okay. So it's equal to 2x. And when you transform it to exponential form, diba, you copy the base and then raise it to this, whatever's on the right side. So it should be equal to this number here. It's y over x. Okay. So since among the choices, for all the choices, y is on one side, so we need to multiply everything by x, so equal to y. So y is equal to x b raised to the power of 2x, that's letter D. Okay, so that's how you transform from logarithmic to exponential. Now for this one, what is the log to base 10 of 1000 raised to the power of 3.3? So before I will teach you how to use the calculator, so let's use the properties. So log to the base 10 daw, okay, of 1000 raised to the power of 3.3. Okay, so that means that you need to know what exponent imo i-raise to 10 so that it could be equal to 1000 raised to the power of 3.3. Okay, so for it to be easier, this 1000 should be written in a 10 raised to the power of something form. So 10 raised to the power of 3 is equal to 1000, right? 10 times 10 times 10, so that's 100 times 10, so that's 1000. Raised to the power of 3.3. So we can simplify the exponents by multiplying them, the 3 times 3.3, so that's 9.9. Okay, so meaning the exponent of 10 should be 9.9. So the answer is 9.9. So the log of 1000 raised to the power 3.3 to the base 10 is 9.9. Or you can also put the 3.3 beside log of 1000 to the base 10. So you'll get the same answer, okay, because this is log of 10, diba? Raised to the power 3. So basically, this is equal to 3, so times 3.3, so it's 9.9. Or using a calculator, so we have here the logarithmic functions. Medyo daghan. For this one, this is the common logarithm where the exponent is, the base rather, is 10. If you cannot see a box below it or a number as the subscript of log, that means that 10 siya automatically. Okay, you can also use this one para mas general. Again, if there's no number after log, then automatic na siya nga 10. Okay, you can put the base here, say 10, and then you don't want to use the properties. Okay, kung nakalimot ka, then you can just use the calculator. Wa many mga x or y involved, so you can just use the calculator in solving for the value. So it's 99 over 10 or 9.9. Okay. So try the one with the katong without the 10 and the subscript. It should yield the same answer. So no need to put the 10. Okay, so it's log of 1000 raised to the power 3.3. So the answer is still 9.9. Then we have solve for n. Log of 7 to the base 4 is equal to n. So transform it. Okay. I you have to solve for log of 1 over 7 to the base 4. Okay. So you can use the calculator for that, but na I involve ng variable n. Okay. So as you can see, 7 and 1 over 7 actually are reciprocals. Okay. So if you're going to get the reciprocal of 7, it's 1 over 7. So you can write 1 over 7 as 7 raised to the power of negative 1. Okay. So if you're going to apply the property ba to? No, wherein you can put the negative 1 here before the log. So it's negative 1 times the log of 7 to the base 4. And since log of 7 to the base 4 is defined as n here, okay, so we can replace this with n, so it's negative 1 times n, so the answer is negative n. Okay, so it's the log of 7, yeah. So it's negative n, so the answer is letter D. Okay, it's 651. 52. So I can give two examples. So last topic is progression, or what we call a sequence. It's a set or collection of numbers arranged in an orderly manner. So there's a pattern. So usually when we apply for a job or tulod sa college, so it's part of an exam, an IQ test, maybe. No, na you will see some patterns of the numbers, and you will be asked for sa ang next na numbers, what's the next number? So based on the pattern of the previous numbers, so maka-answer ka kung makita ni mga pattern. If the pattern is naa within this classification, okay, dahil na to nga very advanced algebra na pod, no, if does not belong to these types. So we have arithmetic progression. Okay, if the succeeding terms have a common difference d, so to better illustrate, okay, simple terms for illustration, common difference, so meaning if the number starts with 1 and then common difference is 3, so meaning you add 1 to you add 3 to the first number, so you get 4. If you add another 3, so you get 7, then 10, then 13, blah, blah, blah. It could also be in decreasing order. Let's say that you start with 100, then 95, then 90. So it's decreasing by 5. Okay. So you can also have negative values, negative 1, negative 3, negative 5, negative 7, blah, blah, blah. So if this is the pattern, no, you have the same difference between two succeeding numbers, okay, with katong other succeeding numbers, then it's an arithmetic progression. Okay, so let's say what's the 100th term, no, of this first progression. Kung kalimot ka sa formula, so tiwasan na ni mo hantod 100. 100th term, pero dugay kaayo, no? So we have the formula to get the nth term. Okay. And then you can also get the sum of all the terms by using this formula. So where a sub 1 is the first term, A sub n is any term. Okay, ikapila siya ng number na within the series, within the sequence, and then n is the nth term, and then d is the common difference. And then for the summation of all terms, so just what we call this, substitute the first and the last term that's being considered, and then solve for s. Okay, so an example is this one. Find the 30th term of the arithmetic progression for 710. So without writing the solutions for the common difference, no, maklaro naman that the difference, by the way, the difference is positive if it's increasing and negative if decreasing. Pero mo yung butangan og solution, it should be succeeding term minus preceding term. So dapat 7 minus 4. Okay. Or 10 minus 7. It should be uniform. Now, if you get the difference, no, constant nga 3. Okay, so it's an arithmetic progression. It's also mentioned that it's arithmetic. Diretso na. Okay, or obviously the difference is 3. No, again, careful lang. Okay, because you can have a negative common difference if the trend is decreasing. So we are going to solve for the 30th term. So a sub 30. So n therefore is 30. A sub 1, the first term in the sequence is 4. And the common difference is 3. So a sub 30 is a sub 1 plus quantity n minus 1 times b. So it's 4 plus 30 minus 1 times 3. Common difference is 3. So it's 4 plus 29. No? That's 29 times 3. 30 minus 1 is 29 times 3. So the 30th term is 91. Okay. Then, for the second type, so the geometric progression, it's a different pattern na pod. Okay. Same definition. First term for a sub 1, nth term for a sub n. Okay. Instead of common difference, we have the common ratio r. So instead of getting the difference, so you are getting the multiplier, bale, or divisor, depende. Multiplier if the trend is increasing. Depende, okay, because if it's a fraction, then dili ay. So for non-fraction numbers, for whole numbers, okay, so it would be in increasing fashion if the common ratio is positive. Okay. So for example, if the first number is say 2, and then there's a common ratio of 2. So to get the second number, you have to multiply the first one by 2. So meaning 4, then times 2, so 8, then 16, 32, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, it's not a common difference because if you get the difference between the first two numbers, it's 2. For the second and the third, it's 4. No, so it's not a common difference. So common is the multiplier. Multiplier is 2. The common ratio is 2. So it could be a fraction na r if decreasing ang numbers. Let's say 32, then 16, then 8. So meaning you are multiplying 32 diba, by 1/2. So it should be succeeding term over preceding term. So 16 over 32. Or it's 1/2. You can go to the second number by multiplying the first with 1/2. Furthermore, 1/2, blah, blah, blah. So the common ratio for that sequence, if decreasing, is 1/2. And for infinite geometric, so wala mo end. So infinite, okay, walang hanggan. So basically this this expression is being omitted. Wala na yung 1 minus r is to the power of n because if you have infinite number of terms, okay, so the 1 minus r is of n will be approaching the value of 1. So, sort of nag-multiply lang ka by 1. Okay? So, an example is kanang tagamay. So, how many terms in the progression 3, 5, sorry, that's arithmetic, no? 3, 5, 7 man. So, difference of 2. So, that's for arithmetic. So, music ka mahuman, ana. I will show the solutions for this one. Okay, ari lang. Okay, kulang sa time. Okay, so find the sum of 1, negative 1/5, 1 over 25, blah, blah, blah. Okay, take note, there's a negative number. So, diba, if you're going to analyze, of course, not a common difference, no? Kay 1 and 5 palandaan to 1 over 25. So, it's a multiplication basically. But the second number is a negative number. So what you are multiplying to 1 is negative 1/5. Don't forget negative 1/5. So probably the common ratio is negative 1/5. So you can verify that by multiplying negative 1/5 with negative 1/5. So the result is positive 1 over 25. So negative 1/5, sorry, for the common ratio. So find the sum of infinite terms. Okay, so for the summation of infinite geometric progression, so again, the formula is this one, a sub 1 over 1 minus r. So it's a sub 1, the first term is 1, and then the r is negative 1/5, 1 minus negative 1/5. Be careful with the negative signs. So it's 1 over 1 minus negative 1/5, or that's 1 plus 1/5. You can just put the negative sign kung sure. Okay, so it's 5 over 6. So the sum of the series or the progression is 5 over 6. And lastly, for the third type, harmonic progression. So it's a sequence of numbers whose reciprocals form an arithmetic progression. So if you will get the reciprocals of these 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, okay, it's 1/2, no, 1/4, 1/8, 1/15, 1/32. Okay, you cannot get a pattern, a common difference or common ratio. Okay, for whose reciprocals form an AP. Okay. So for this one, pwede din ni common ratio kay you are multiplying no by 1/2. So, na-timingan lang. So let me just get another example. Okay. Kay 1 man good. Ang denominator, no, so if imo reciprocal, same na pattern actually. So the common ratio is just 1/2. Okay. So wrong example. Let me go to the actual example dito. Okay, case-to-case basis, no? Tapos na-timingan na 1 ng the iPhone, denominator. Like for this one, the third term of a harmonic progression is 15. Okay, so a sub 3 is 15. And the ninth term is 6. So we have to solve for the 11th term. So there is no pattern if we will just look at the terms in the harmonic progression. But if atong irreciprocal, there would be a pattern already. So what you will do to solve for the 11th term is to transform it first to an arithmetic progression. So this is HP or harmonic transform it to arithmetic progression first. So the third term in the arithmetic progression is the reciprocal of 15, which is 1 over 15. Okay, the ninth term is 1 over 6. Okay. So, baliktad to ganina, kung gitry is arithmetic naman daan. Anyway, so solve for the 11th term in the arithmetic progression. Then later, get the reciprocal of that. So that would be the 11th term na in the harmonic progression. So to solve for an nth term na dili given ang first term, okay, you just go to that slide. So if ever a sub 1 is not given, so instead a sub m, so we can solve for any nth term. We are using any of the given terms, dili ang 1 ra ang first, so we can still use this pattern, but we have to replace 1 with m times the common difference. Bilisan of 1 ang this log m ang 1. So meaning, if you're given a third, you want to solve for the 11th, so you need to use the third one plus, okay, n minus m. So that means na you'll be solving for 11, but you're given the third equation at third term, and then the common difference is something which is not yet available, no? Not yet available. So we have to solve first for the common difference. So we can use the ninth term, okay, equals the third term plus ninth term minus the third term to get the common difference, because given naman ang values, we have 1/6 equals 115 plus, so 9 minus 3, so that's 6 times d. So 1/6 minus 1 over 15 equals 6d. So divide everything by 6. So d therefore is, okay, 1 over 6. So fraction pag yun sa taas, 1 over 6 minus, okay, nagdali mo ko nga 730 kung dito po. I was thinking 7. I can give pa di ay, can discuss with any other items. I was thinking a 7. Okay, burot na kong tingog. So 7:30 di ay. Sige. So let's finish this. So, sakto na. 7:30 pa. So 1 over 15. Then divided by 6. So we have 1 over 60 for the common difference. So we can go back to the first one to solve for A11. Okay, so A11 would be 1 over 15, the third term, plus 11 minus 3, then the common difference is 1 over 3. So 1 over 15, then plus 11 minus 3 times 1 over 60. Okay, 1 divided by 60. Yeah. Okay, so it's 1/5. So the 11th term, if it's in the arithmetic progression, is 1/5. Okay, so for the 11th term in the high harmonic progression, so this is for arithmetic progression. So the 11th term for the harmonic progression is the reciprocal of 1/5. So reciprocal of 1/5, so that's equal to 5. So this is the 11th term in the harmonic progression. So it's 5. Again, you cannot see a pattern if you will just look at the terms in the harmonic progression. So you need to get the reciprocals first, then and find the pattern already for the common difference. Okay, balik lang sa harmonic progression. Okay, so since 7:30 pa man di ay, so let's go back to this. Okay, so it's an arithmetic progression. It's not stated that it's an arithmetic one, but we have 2 as the common difference. It's increasing, so D is positive 2. So how many terms in the progression? So meaning we need to solve for n must be taken in order that the sum will be 2,600. Okay, so from the equation for the summation of all the terms in an arithmetic progression, so it's n over 2 times the first and the last terms. Okay, but the last term is not given. Okay, so let me write the equation. N over 2 times a sub 1 plus a sub n, basically. Okay, but again, n, or rather, yung siya ni pangalan, any the last term, okay, is not given. O, sa takibaw pila, manaka-terms ang i-consider. Okay, so we cannot solve for n directly. So we need to put in the common difference, okay, and replace this with something. From the first equation, a sub n is a sub 1 plus n minus 1 multiplied by the common difference. So we'll replace a sub n with that expression. So a sub 1 plus a sub 1 plus quantity n minus 1 times d. Kanan. So replace the grouping symbol. So simplify sa before plugging in the values. So n over t times 2 times a sub 1. A sub 1 plus a sub 1 is 2 a sub 1 plus n minus 1 times d. Okay, since we have two n's here, so instead of solving for n, kay duha na ba ka term, so might as well plug in na lang sa then solve for n. Para easier siya. So it's 2,600 for the summation, and is unknown over 2. Then the first term is 3, okay, plus n minus 1 times the common difference, which is 2. So for n, okay, so let's simplify first. So it's n over 2 times 2 times 3, that's 6, plus 2 times n minus 1, so it's 2n minus 2. Simplify further, so we can simultaneously multiply the whole equation by 2, and then can we combine them. So 2 times 2, 6, so that's 5, 2. And n times, we have 6 minus 2, so that's 4 plus 2n. And continue, so 5, 2 equals 4n plus 2n squared. So it's a quadratic equation. So ito lang i-arrange properly. So 2n squared plus 4n. Then put the constant term together with the two other terms. So it's minus 5,200. Equate to 0. And then you just use the calculator to solve for the values of n. So we have 2 since it's a quadratic equation. So mode 5. Then quadratic. So option 3. So 2, then 4, and negative 5,200. So we have 50 and negative 52. So two values, 50, let's not label it as n sub 1 kay ay, 50 and negative 52. So of course, there's no negative number of terms. So the answer is wrong. So the answer is 50. So there should be 50 terms taken so that the sum will be 2,600. Then, okay. Geometric progression has common ratio. So determine x so that x, 2x plus 7, and 10x minus 7 will be a geometric progression. Okay? So, wala laing given, no? Puro na ay unknown, tulo. Okay? So, the concept on geometric progression is that there is a common ratio r. So, r is computed by dividing any succeeding term by its preceding term. So second term over first term or third term over second term, sa sunod, okay? And the succeeding one should be on the numerator. Okay, so x is the first term, 2x plus 7 is the second, and 10x minus 7 is the third. So to solve for the common ratio, we should get the second term over the first term, okay, and it's equal to also the third term over the second term. Okay, so since we have three numbers that are unknown, so we cannot solve directly for the value of r. So we need to use two fractions. So twice ka mag-divide and just equate. Since these two are just equal to r, diba? So we can write 2x plus 7 all over x. It's the same ratio as 10x minus 7 all over 2x plus 7. So this is an equation with only one unknown. So you can solve it. So by cross multiplication, so you multiply 2x plus 7 and 2x plus 7. Then 10x minus 7 and x. Then multiply. So we have special product here. Okay, same 2x plus 7. Now we'll square the first term. So it should be 2x quantity squared. And then for the middle term, it should be double the... Okay. So it's in the form u plus b. So recall u plus b. Okay, quantity squared. Nag-loading na si ma'am. Kay gutom na. So square of a binomial. So it's u squared plus 2ub, no, plus b squared. So it should be double the product of u and v. So 2x plus 7 k times 2x plus 7. 2x times 7. Okay, so it's not 2x plus 7. U is 2x and v is 7. So it should be 2x times 7. Tingog lang mo diha makita mo wrong ha. Okay. Plus 7 squared, no? Square of the second term, so it's 7 squared. Then multiply, so 10x times x, so 10x squared, then minus 7x. So we have 4x squared plus 4 times 7, so that's 28, no? X plus 49, then 10x squared minus 7x. So we combine similar terms. So we have 10 minus 4. Okay, so put everything na lang on the right side so that the squared term is positive. So 10 minus 4, that's 6x squared. And we have negative 7 minus 28. Yeah, transfer one sa right. It's negative 35 of x, and the 49, the minus 49 weighted. So all engineering
Zero.
program. And then we'll use the calculator to solve for the value of x. Quadratic na ba ni? No, it's a quadratic equation. Mode, so 6, then negative 35, then negative 49. So we have 7 and negative 7. Okay, so there are two possible answers. The common ratio could be 7 or negative 7 over 6. So pwede pa increasing siya or decreasing. So somebody daw is posting a picture of food. Post na mo din ha picture sa pagkaon. So man na ko no, mundang na ko no tag, iwadlong na ko. So I guess that everything for advanced algebra. Okay, so kana lang ako gi-apply kasi taas pod na it's the same concept with kato long division. Pwede na include na lang that kay kamo ta kadugay. Kasi mo na nag-comment ang picture sa pagkaon. Okay. So they have questions. Nagutom na yun. Hindi naman manubag. Questions? Sir? No questions? Okay. Gutom na sad mo.
Gutom na.
Sige. So, the I have posted already the solid no mensuration niya. Karon, pwede mo kaunsa ko. Kaunsa ta. Then I will post the materials for or the notes for advanced algebra and also the
Attendance,
assignment. The assignment. And of course, we will have the attendance. Sige, camera, palihog. Stop the recording. Okay. Okay,
One week, yep. Pas, ang kuhan, ma'am. Simon.
same day sa analytic. Di ba analytic is Friday?
Bali 1 week, yapon, human ang answer.
Yes. Pwede na sa kamo submit ugma sir manahan ka. Bitaw up to Friday.
Dua kasi mala.
1 week lang. Na 1 week naman nag-enroll. Oh, 1 week. Friday. So that on Saturday, different subjects na pod.
Sige, ma'am.
Hindi ko siya mo choose of large gallery. Kamu na lang picture palihog. Can you see the large gallery right now? Sige, dara. More than one siya dapat maybe there's something wrong with my mouse. Sige, 1, 2, 3, smile. And one more. All right, thank you everybody for attending. Sige. Let's eat. Thank you everyone. God
Sige,
bless.
ma'am. Lunch time na po kami.
A lunch. Sige na.
Night.
Yapon na
Sige, ma'am. Good night po.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
or more angles. Okay, so minimum of 3 angles. So we cannot form a polygon if we just have